structured, very balanced hog. Talking skeletons amongst the pair, she's actually more laid back about her blade. That allows her to be high in terms of her head carriage, levels out really nicely, and I like the fact that she's so flexible in the way she gets out and goes, and I personally like the way her front end is constructed and the way her blade lays back on her. She goes really, really good there from the side. Up high, she's impressive. I think a nice hog go ahead and win this class. This Gilton second is one, when you get up and you study her, she's as impressive as any in the backside of her blade. She's big and bold, great in the turn back over her loin edge, and she's definitely a muscular, bold-ribbed hog, and I like that type of livestock. I think that one represents a good kind of market animal. With that, when I study that pair from the side, yes, she's stronger on her front pasterns, but with that, I read her more vertical there in terms of her blade set. Doesn't allow her to be quite as good in the way she balances in terms of her crest. And to the top side of her blade there, she's not quite as attractive, in my opinion, as our class winner. And then she, too, is one that I don't think maybe goes with the same overall flexibility there as the one that precedes her. That's an awesome second-place hog for today's show. Come out in third. This pair is one that came out and impressed me. Stout featured. Really like that one. Skull form and density of hind leg. Young lady does a great job getting this one out and driving him. With that being said, he's a big, stout power hog is how I initially claimed him in my mind. But with that, whenever you study it coming and going at the top three, he's the most closed up to his chest, knee, and where he hits his front feet there at the ground. Then from behind, he'll be just a little bit closer to where he tracks away from you from hock to hock. But I love that one's heaviness, his structure. He's a bold rib, dimensional type of hog in a tough class. I had to make his overall width my sorting factor there. I love the just productive look this hog offers. He's a loose structured, bold ribbed hog that's dimensional. He's loose structured. Young man does a great job with him. Skin and hair is on point. With that, whenever we get out here of the top end, he gets a little bit more refined there at the ground. I like to sound him up there in his forearm and make him just a bit more powerful in terms of his framework, but really like his rib, his muscularity, and his overall structural integrity. Just want to power him up a little bit here in a very competitive class of hamps. A really nice one from top to bottom. Let's put our hands together for them. These young people are doing a great job as you work into some very, very tough classes.
Placings in your third class of Hampshires. In ninth place, we have Weston Warrendale, Navarro FFA. Eighth place is Brianna Noisy, Marion FFA. Seventh place is Tucker Hall, Seguin FFA. Sixth place is Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. In fifth place, we have Kaylee Miller, Navarro FFA. Fourth place, we have Tate Green, DeBruin 4-H. In third place, we have Alexis Schultze, Marion FFA. In second place, we have Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Justin Bronny of the Navarro FFA. Congratulations to all y'all. The Seguin Swine Breeder $100 bump check will be going to the third place pig, Alexis Schultze. She will receive a check from Swine Breeders. The breeder was Schultz Show Pigs. Congratulations. In the ring now is class 4. We have 8 entries. We'll be placing 6.
as we start working into some of our heavier weight hams. I personally feel like the hogs start to kind of show their true colors. There's less guesswork, and with that being said, if we could tweak the class winner, I'd make him just a shot more opened up when he drives directly at me. But when you study this hog, that's a big, broad power hog in my opinion. That's awesome in his spread of dimension. He's full and fresh through his center body, and with all that, he's a powerful hog that handles everything very squarely from behind. I like the fact that he stays within his skeleton. From the side, I still read that hog running uphill and balancing nicely. If we could change that initial view when he drives directly at you, probably rocking back in his blade just a little bit. But I think that hog, at least in my opinion, has at least things I want to change. And for those reasons, he's our class winner. Young lady does a great job with this wide belted gilt who gives you a great look from the side. She's a big hip, dimensional type of hog that has really good shape working from blade to hip. If we just study him from the side, I could possibly use her in this lineup. When I get in behind her, she's pushing the limits of where she'll sit her rear feet to the ground. With that, also, she becomes just a little shorter striding out of her hip. And amongst a nice pair of hogs, I get very critical in that particular viewpoint. And so with that, she settles in a second. But I really like that gilt. Young lady's done a great job with her and that got the most out of her as well. And so as we talk about our third place hog, in particular from the side, I really like how this hog is a tall-fronted, extended type of barrow. This hog also has the right kind of set to his hind leg and uses it really nicely. With that here from the side, he's tall-fronted and he's a little bit longer bodied, so I wish I could stabilize and level out his top line just a little bit. But at the same time, the top end of this class, I read him just a little drier there to the base of his cavity and his forerib to his flank. I don't read him quite as bold in his center body compared to the other two. He, too, maybe gets a little bit different in the way he leaves us. I thought that hog didn't match just the punch through his rib cage over the spread of our class winner. Then I thought our second place had some really impressive parts about her. And so this bear is one that's really good up high in terms of his shape. Like some parts about him from the side. Don't know if he fits together quite as good as our initial pair in regards to balance, but a very intriguing bear that the young man's done a great job with. Awesome skin and hair, and I know that takes time and dedication at home. Possibly our best fourth place hog that we've had in our hamp so far. With that, I get pretty hard on this one. I just need a bigger base and a bigger skeleton. His top side is fresh and shapely. Awesome skin and hair. Young lady has him dialed in perfect for today's show. With that, we get a little bit frailer in terms of our forearm and front foot, a little bit more closed up, and then he too could be just a little stouter all the way throughout to rival that very competitive top three. But a really good top four here. Let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as we work in the final class before lunch.
Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 4 Hamps. Fifth place goes to Sadie Ferris, Seguin FFA. Fourth place goes to Jolene Swicky, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Cross Kelso, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Jake Schulze, Marion FFA. Congratulations. Our Seguin Swine Breeders recipient of the $100 bump is going to be Cheyenne Moat. The breeder is Frank Koviak, St. Hedwig Feeds. Entering the ring now is Class 5 Hampshires. We have 7 entries, placing 5. Again, we need to be aware that we are going to break after the judging of the champion hamp and reserve champion hamp. We'll take about a 45-minute lunch break, and we'll resume the show after that with Yorkshires and crossbreds. So if you have either of those two breeds to show yet, don't go too far, please. Thank you.
a great way to finish our ham. So we've yet to place our initial pair, our first and second place hogs, and to discuss them just a bit before we get an alignment. I know it maybe took just a little bit longer, but I'm not going to apologize because I think that this call can be close, and I think they're different from one another. As we talk about them, like I said, in no particular order, the gilt closest to me, in my opinion, is the up close hog of the pair. When you get up close and you study that one's spread and shape down her top side, you study the shape and the turn to her rib cage and just her overall muscularity, she's awfully impressive. And so whenever I'm up here on them, I think she has some advantages amongst the pair, and she is tuned in and dialed in extremely good. She's the one that has the advantage in terms of muscle amongst the pair, and I like those things about her. Where do I see some differences between her and another hog out here? With that being said, whenever I stand back and I study them, this gilt maybe gets a little bit lower there at the top side of her blade. Maybe doesn't have the same balance and presence whenever we study her compared to the other hog out here. But that one is the power hog in terms of rib and muscle and dimension, and I think she has those labels out here pretty easily. The other hog that we have out here, in my opinion, is the far away hog, if you will. Whenever that hog's going to go and take the turn and go along that side of the fence here in a minute, that hog's stoutness of feature and presence and balance, I think, are absolutely on point. I think that one is a tall-shouldered, extended level, really good structure type of hog. I like that one's ability to balance and present herself there from the side. Stout, structured, and fresh. Love that one's body shape at the same token. With that being said, when you get up and you study the pair up close, that one isn't nearly as broad down her top side. She isn't quite as big out of her hip, and those are some of the differences that I see. Hopefully those are some of the differences that you can see as well. Whenever I get out here and I have to make a decision, I'm ultimately going to side with the one that I think represents a lot of good and hit me the hardest, the one I like. Young man's going to be driving our class winner. Young lady will have our second. Like I said, a great pair there that I think both young people have done a great job getting those hogs out here today, shown and presented to a T. In third is the powerful gilt of the drive. That one's opened up, muscular, has as much just overall spread as any. With that, she's a little bit crestier about her neck, a little bit more compact up front. But what becomes a deciding factor is that one becomes the shortest striding hog of the top end that also needs to balance just a little bit better. I need to make her more comfortable in the way she gets out and strides, but a nice hog there to go ahead and be in third. In fourth, we have a nice, productive type of hog. We can make him just a little taller fronted and better there on his front feet, but a long striding, deep-sided, bold rib type of hog that has muscularity to him. I just want to make him a little bit better there as we study him from the side. A really good group. Looking forward to our Hamp Drive. Quite a bit of give and take in that particular lineup.
Thank you, Judge. Our results are Hamps Class 5. In fifth place is Paisley Shainvogel, Marion FFA. Fourth place goes to Bauer Birdwell, Marion FFA. Third place goes to Brooke Reiniger, Marion FFA. Second place goes to Madison Bird, Marion FFA. And our class winner was Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. She will also receive the Seguin Swine Breeders Bump Check for $100. The breeder of the pig was Frank Koviak, St. Hedwig Feed. Congratulations to all. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion Hamp.
if you would, please put your hands together for our exhibitors here in the ring and the ones that are also back at the barn. You know, it costs a lot of money and it takes a lot of time to have competitive show pigs and make them as good as our top end of these classes have been. And it seems like the price of a bag of feed just keeps going up, and supplements. That's another story in itself. But I say all that because, you know, as we get out here and study these 5 pigs, you know, obviously these are the ones that I sided with in an area or two over the second and third place hogs in their particular lineup. And man, as a show judge, it can make you feel pretty greedy and pretty critical whenever you have to talk about good livestock and be, you know, hard on them. And so we get back out here, and I know some of their attitudes are giving us just a little bit of some fits there. But with that, really like this group of hogs. I think they cover a lot of the basics that I'm after, and then do it with still being hopefully as square built as we can put them together. With that being said, as we get into a breed lineup, I honestly, at the end of the day, just have to side with the one that I like the most, because hopefully, if I've done my job, they all satisfy the market hog fundamentals, if you will, in regards to having the right kind of you know, muscularity, composition, structural correctness. And we get out here in this particular lineup, the way they balance and proportion from the side is what is going to allow our winner to separate itself. And with that being said, the one I like the most is going to be the one out of our last class. Congratulations.
Champion Hampshire belongs to Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We'll now show for our reserve champion Hampshire.
As we get out here for reserve, things can get closer amongst a couple of them. You know, in particular, I think hogs out of classes 2, 3, and 5 are the ones that I have to make decisions on. And we've talked about them in detail. And so as we get out here and we study them, I think all 3 of those hogs are flexible. They're good in terms of their joint work. We have a spot or two that we could maybe tweak them in terms of maybe the way they fit together from the profile in regards to balance. Or at the same time, a pair of those we could probably make just a little bit stronger up front. But I did think that there is one that pushed our champion really close. I'm going to keep that pair together. Young lady is driving our reserve Hamp. Congratulations to her.
Reserve champion, Madison Berg, Marion FFA. Congratulations. We will now break approximately 45 minutes. We'll be right back here again. So don't go too far. If you have a Yorkshire breed and or a cross, also make sure if you want to participate in showmanship that you sign up at the desk over here to my right. And we'll be seeing y'all in just a little bit. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
We have a vehicle that needs to be moved. It's a black Dodge Charger truck. It's on the Marion side of the barn. License plate is NPS 5015. It's parked on the Marion side of the pig barn. If that's your vehicle, it needs to be moved. Thank you.
Attention to the barn. If anybody finds a turquoise earring, please bring it to the announcer stand. We're missing a turquoise earring. Thank you. Organized, no. What's that? It was automatic game. Button push. Hello, everybody. Again, we're ready to start back up again with our Yorkshires Class 1. Our Yorkshire Pigs will be coming in the ring. We have 6 entries. We'll be placing 5. Yorkshire Pigs Class 1. Those of you who were asking about the sign-up sheet, it's right back on the table where we started this morning over here next to Stephanie. So if you need to sign up for showmanship, the sheet is available again. Thank you. Our judge is Quest Newberry. Quest grew up in George West, Texas. He exhibited livestock at the county and state level, attended Blinn College and Texas A&M. He's currently instructor and livestock judging coach at Blinn. And he also operates a pig operation called Q&A Show Pigs with his girlfriend. Thank you and welcome, Quest.
As we fire back up after lunch here in our lightweight Yorks, as we go down the line, we have quite a bit of give and take, and I think the hogs are quite a bit different from one another. Here at the top end of the class, the gilt that I ultimately side with to be our class winner, I do think that she reads just a shot drier about her center body, and I wish you could maybe track away just a little bit wider and more demanding. When you get directly behind her, she'll funnel to her base just a bit. But honestly, as we study our top 4 or 5 in this particular group, I actually like her length of stride. She's a stout-featured, long-bodied a hog that has the right kind of length and the right kind of maturity pattern to her. She reads shapely and dimensional. I think she reads to be a nice kind of market hog from a composition standpoint. And although we could tweak her and bolden her up there in her forerib and make her just a bit better in the shape of her rib cage, I think that one ultimately offers the most good in a market hog setting, and her skeleton's built with more flex than our second place hog. The gilt in second is one that's a little bit more modern, so her rib shape matches her frame size and length of body a bit better. And I like the way she's a leveler made hog than a hog that we have down the line in 4. I think the longer we drive this individual, she gets a bit shorter stepping off both ends of her skeleton. I like to lay her back in her blade, give her a better set to her hock, but that's a nice gilt. In comparison to our class winner, she's a shorter stepping hog that gets a little crestier there at the top side of her neck. I do like how she tracks away a little bit wider, quite a bit of skeletal differences there. In third, a lot of the same could be said about this gilt. I didn't read her quite as fresh as the initial pair. She has shape, but she's not quite as freshly presented today. A little bit frailer as you take her all the way down the surface. I like to make her a little bit bigger footed and stouter featured. She too maybe searches a bit more than I would term ideal when you get directly behind the hogs, but a muscular, productive type of hog there that I think represents a lot of good. I think that one maybe fit there as a class winner just in regards to maybe skin and hair and the way she's presented out here today compared to the ones we had there at the top end. Here out in 4, this bear undoubtedly is packed full of product. This one's the most muscular one of the entire class. With that, he's also the roundest. He's a little crestier there at the top side of his neck. He's a lower fronted hog that gets a bit steeper out of his hip. Love his power and product, but I wish I could rebalance him just a bit, make him a bit better when you step off and study the hogs from the side. In 5th, we had a really nice kind of gilt that was lean and shapely. I read it a little bit closed up and just not quite as good in her center body. And then we concluded there with the hog that was long and extended. He needed to go a little bit better, and he too got a little bit plainer in his shape. And so quite a bit of give and take. I sided with the ones that suited me best there at the top end.
Thank you, Judge. Results of our Yorkshire Class 1. In 5th place is Madeline St. John, Navarro FFA. In 4th is Dawson Mailer, Navarro FFA. In 3rd place is Courtney Fry, Steel FFA. In 2nd place is Randallyn Waxter, Navarro FFA. And our class winner belongs to Candace West of Steel FFA. The breeder on her pig and the winner of the Seguin Swine Breeders $100 gift check is going to be, the breeder is Frank Koviak, St. Hedwig Feed. Entering the ring now will be Class 2 Yorkshires. We have 7 entries, placing 5.
Well, here in our second class, really good pair that we have out here in the middle of the ring. And if you have been ringside the entire day, hopefully you know why I, ultimately side with these two that come back and surface to the top. But as we've done the entire day, once I try to make them opened up and genuine, I want to make them as good balance and keep them as square built as possible. And I feel like balance and squareness of build is what our class winner excels at. That gilt from the side is one that I think ties a lot of nice things together. I think that one shoulder height, extension, length and strength of top line, and length of hip is very, very good. With that, whenever you study her skeleton from the side, everything's picking up, pushing and planning like it needs to. And then I get behind the pair, she has the decisive advantage of staying more within herself. Not to mention, I think that one's tuned in very good up high. And I say that about this gilt. If you just talk about this one's width of base, body shape, and muscularity, she's as good as any we've had today. That hog is packed full of product and muscle. The young lady's done a great job in terms of skin and hair. That one is big and bold on the backside of her blade. She is bigger out of her hip. I just wish we kept everything a bit more within herself. When we get right behind her, she'll be just a bit outside of her skeleton there from behind. From the side, she doesn't match the way our class winner ties her parts and pieces together. I'm not saying this hog is bad looking by any stretch of the imagination, but our square built class winner is one that is stronger on her front feet, taller at the point of her shoulder, and balances incredibly well. And so a nice pair there. My compliments to both of those young ladies. In third, this gilt is one that just keeps growing on me. I like her for being a big, late maturing type of hog in regards to having some leanness and having the right kind of maturity pattern. She gets a bit more upright in her hock, and with that, of the top three, is at a muscle disadvantage. But I think that hog represents a lot of good whenever we talk about trying to keep hogs right in terms of maturity pattern. She's still square built. I wish I could just even open her up a little bit there through her center body and spread her bigger from above. We conclude our top end here with the young man's fourth place hog. This one has the edge and muscularity. I just wish from the side I could make him a little bit better. He's crestier at his neck. He's frailer feature down low, and so I don't see feature to mass and product balancing quite as good. And then from the side, he comes apart in some different pieces, if you will. I thought we had some close calls down the line. In 5, I put a hog there that was awesome in terms of his rib cage, and the young man did a great job in terms of skin and hair. He was just pushing a little bit too much cover for me today, and I told that young man that, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that was a nice hog there. I just didn't read him quite as genuine as our initial 4, but a really good group once again. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's put our hands together for them.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 2 Yorkshires are as follows. 5th place is Gavin Bennett, Marion FFA. 4th place is Jackson Kurz, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Colby Schultz, Marion FFA. In 2nd place is Lena Loyola, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our Seguin Swine Breeders $100 recipient is Lena Loyola. Her pig was bred by Kelso Genetics. Congratulations all. Again, if some of you weren't here earlier, we will have a trailer. Mike Friesenhahn is providing a trailer in the barn for anybody that wants to floor their pig. In other words, get rid of it today. And if they're not going to go on with this pig or have any other use for it, he will pay you 40 cents market price a pound. And that will be based upon your show weight. So just FYI, if you do want that, he'll have a trailer out back. If you don't know who Mr. Friesenhahn is, just ask someone. They'll be able to point him out to you. Thank you. Currently in the ring, we have Class 3 Yorkshires. We have 6 entries. We're placing 5.
A deep class with quality and young people that have definitely prepared their projects to a very high level. I say that because I feel like once we get out here and we get into our top 4, making sure that they can balance and tie things together from the side and still maintain some width to their base and so forth is what I'm after. In my opinion, our class winner amongst the pair of the stout featured gilts that I honestly feel like are put together very good from a skeletal standpoint. I like how this one has just a bit more extension ahead of her blade, a little bit better blade forward in regards to having just a little bit more extension there. She's a heads-up gilt that's better there at the top side of her neck. Balance is very, very good. I think that one reads just a little bit nicer there from a composition standpoint and from a balance perspective. In second, I really like this stout featured gilt. This one has a big form, a stout hind leg that works very properly. When you get up above and you study her, this one's really impressive in her top side dimension from behind. She's big out of her hip. Whenever we study the top 3 in this class, she does get just a little bit thicker there ahead of her blade, not maybe as neat as our class winner, if you will, through her jowl and there at the top side of her neck. I don't think she balances quite as nicely there as our class winner, but definitely a very wide, stout-featured hog that has the right spread and dimension all the way through. Third, I like this barrel whenever you study him off from the side. This hog is tall-shouldered. It gives you a nice look, really good in the crisp shape he has down his top. When I get behind the top four, I do wish I could make this one just a little bit wider at the base of his skeleton, but I thought this one had just ever so slightly an advantage there in regards to shoulder height, look, and front foot strength compared to the one in fourth. The young man's gilt in four is opened up, bold-ribbed, and impressive in her top side shape and freshness. Whenever I study this hog, of the top four, she rolls in the most there on her front feet from the side. She's a lower shouldered hog at the same time, and so I wish I could modify that ever so slightly, but love that hog. Whenever you study her blade to hip and you study out of her hip, she's really big and muscular. She too could be just a bit more coordinated and better in the use and in the shape of her hock when you get directly behind her. A nice class once again, like I said. Let's put our hands together for our Yorkshire exhibitors. Definitely a deep group, and these hogs are prepared extremely, extremely good.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Yorkshire's Class 3. In fifth place is Emily Chambers, Marion FFA. In fourth place is Luke Bell, Santa Clara 4-H. And third place is Kason Clufus, Marion FFA. In second place is Briston Birdwell, Marion FFA. And your class winner is Lucas Gelner, Navarro FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder Bump Check will go to Kason Clufus. His Yorkshire was bred by Doug Alderson Farms. Congratulations to all. We have coming in the ring now, Class 4, our final class of Yorkshires. There will be 5 entries. We're placing 4.
Corey, quick.
At 4:30 today, it's just been announced to me that they're going to have a table sale for the baked goods. These will be non-sale qualifying baked goods, but just as good as the rest, I'm sure. next door. If you're interested, at 4:30, they'll have tables set up with all the goodies. So if you want some sweets to take home, it'd be a good opportunity. Thank you.
Although quite a bit different from one another, both of these gilts here at the top end of this class are extremely good. The one I side with is the young man's gilt here in the multicolored shirt. I think this gilt's balance is, in my opinion, more on point in regards to the way she ties her parts and pieces together there from the side. One that's a bit neater there at the crest of her neck. Really good in the way she comes together and balances from the profile. I like the length of stride she has. She's a good skeleton hog that at the same time has plenty of stoutness of feature and muscularity. I think as you study them going from the side, hopefully you can see the parts that I sided with there. The hog here in second is awfully impressive, and just the boldness and the round shape of her body cavity, extremely impressive when you get up and you study her from above. She's a bold-bladed hog that's great in her spread down her top side. She's big out of her hip. From the side, she's a little bit lower there at the front side of her skeleton. She, too, will come in at her knee just a bit, although she is still wide-chested, a little bit different in the way she'll drive directly at you. I don't think she balanced quite as good as our class winner, but there's no doubt in a market hog setting, you have to be able to gravitate to that one's just overall just productive look. She's a power hog that's still square built. Come out in third and fourth, a pair of bearers that are a little bit different from one another, but at the same token, kind of similar. And so I studied with this pair. He's a little bit fresher as you study him from above. I like how this hog is built with just a bit more slope there in his shoulder and knee. He gets a little bit uncoordinated from behind, but I thought that bear is read just a bit better there as you study his center body and his depth and fullness back to his rear rib and flank. A nice hog there that I think is really nice in regards to its presentation today. Stout-featured opened-up hog here that has plenty of dimension. The longer we drove this pair, he got just a little tighter off both ends of his skeleton. I like to make him a bit more flexible, but there's no question that's a product-driven type of hog that offers plenty of product throughout. Just wish we could make him a little bit looser structured. And so some give and take there in 3 and 4, but a nice class from top to bottom. really looking forward to our Yorkshire Drive.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 4 Yorkshires. In fourth place is Maxwell Minchow, the Berlin 4-H. And third place is Bauer Birdwell, Marion FFA. And second place is Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. And our class winner is Braden Forts, Marion FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeder bump check will be given to Maxwell Minchow. His hog was faired by Real Hog Farms. Congratulations. We will now judge for our champion and reserve champion Yorkshire.
As we started back after lunch with the really deep set, and in our Yorkshire division, I think last year maybe only a pair of classes here, and so I feel like the numbers here compared to last year and the quality is extremely, extremely good. As we worked through those classes, these were the four that I thought brought forth the most good. As we worked through from lightest to heaviest, I think we progressed in the right direction. I think they all fit their weight class extremely well. We've talked about them in great detail, and as we get back out here, I'm very comfortable with the pair that I'm going to side with as we go for our champion and reserve honors to discuss and to talk about the one that we'll land on, and then we'll drop out a second. But then I think the one that's going to be reserve is one that we can describe as well. And so as we get back out here, the pair that we're going to end up naming champion or reserve, the one that I'm going to side with today, in my opinion, is packing the most, yet still still very square in the way they're put together. Incredible in just the spread, shape, and expression, and just tuned in to the nines today in regards to their top side. One that I think comes at you big and opened up, yet still handles everything good and balances nice from the side. Our reserve is an awesome skeleton hog that's really stout, has the right set and used to her skeleton, yet still offers dimension, maybe gets beat out by our champion and just being as far out there in terms of just radical shape and spread. And so that's what I see, the one that suits me best. Our Class 2 winners, our champion Yorkshire. Congratulations to this young lady.
Congratulations to Haley Kaiser, champion Yorkshire. We'll now judge for a reserve.
We drop out that second place and we talk back in class. That's as powerful of a hog as we've seen the entire day. Impressive in her muscle, in her shape, in her spread throughout. With that extra muscle and power, we've taken away just squareness to build a bit more than what I'm comfortable with giving up. I thought that we had two out here that push each other really closely. Our reserve is one that I think you could watch from the side for a long, long time and just continue to appreciate and admire the way its skeleton is put together. I thought it ran into some tough competition there at the top end, though. Young man out of our last class is driving our reserve. Congratulations to him.
And your reserve goes to Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Congratulations to you all. Next entering the ring will be our lightweight cross class. We have 10 entries. We'll be placing 8 of those. Excuse me, there will be 11 entries. Now, everyone, you might want to check your pockets. We found a set of keys in the ladies' restroom, a set of car keys, correct? Yes. They're up here at the front desk if you're missing your car keys. On a green lanyard with some kind of silver deal. Ford key, looks like. Attention, Barney, if you're going to participate in the showmanship, which will be held right after we judge our grand and reserve grand hogs, if you want to participate in showmanship, you need to sign up. The sign up sheet is over here at the announcer stand over by Stephanie over here. So you need to come up here and sign up if you want to participate in showmanship. Seniors, will start with seniors and move down to the peewees. Okay, that's the way it's going to go. We're going to get the old guys done first, and then we'll come down to the starters. All right, thank you.
As we get into our crosses, a lot of different types and kinds to surface to, and there are some different calls you have to make. The young lady's off-colored gilt here along the fence. I would like to free her up and make her just a bit more athletic in the way she gets out and travels. And there is a bit of hesitance that I have to go ahead and start her, but I call that good enough, and I side with that gilt being a really stout-featured, square-built hog whenever she goes to the surface. I like how she's really good in terms of her rib cage, awesome in her top side spread, and very, very good in the way she's prepared for the show today. With that being said, she does get just a little tighter out of her hip, but I do think we have quite a bit of differences in terms of skeleton and the way they're put together. The blue gilt here in second, I thought follow type and kind the most. This gilt is stout. She's moderate. She's bold rib. With that, in comparison, she gets a little softer up front, so when she drives at me, she's not quite as opened up as our class winner. I don't get her quite as good in her top side shape, and she too gets a bit staggered in the way she'll push and plant out of her rear skeleton. And so amongst the pair, I thought our class winner had plenty of flex, and I did side with that gilt being one that I thought just balanced a little bit nicer there from the side. The hog coming out in third, I do have to open this one up about its base, make this one stouter throughout. And with that, we're a little forward there in our shoulder blade, but ultimately this one is a bit more secure at the surface than our fourth place hog, a little stronger there on his pasterns, and one that gives you a really nice look from the side, being a tall-shouldered, extended hog. I like to give him just a shot more muscle out of his hip as we compare him to the top four. This hog in fourth has some things I really like. I think he reads really high quality. Skin and hair is really good. Unfortunately, this one just gets a little flatter on all four pasterns. I wish we could keep him just a little bit square whenever you set him from hock to ground. Then from the side, he's a little bit lower fronted. I wish we could elevate him there at the top side of his blade, but really good from a muscle standpoint. Nice in his rib shape and very fresh. Just wish we could make him a little bit better on his feet and legs. And so a good way to start the crosses. Let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they exit.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in cross class number 1. In 8th place is Silo Jacques Kalame of Marion FFA. In 7th place is Lily Conway, Steel FFA. In 6th place is Jacob Browning, Navarro FFA. In 5th place, we have Luke Vogel, Navarro FFA. In 4th place, we have Wimberly Dunham, Navarro FFA. In 3rd place, we have Cheyenne Moat, Marion FFA. In 2nd place, we have Emma Smith, New Berlin 4-H. And our class winner is Abigail Kaufman, Marion FFA. Our Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will be given to Silo Jacques Kalame. The pig was bred by Real Hog Farms. Entering our ring now is cross class 2. We have 10 entries, placing 8.
our first and second place hogs when they came in the ring. I thought both of them were going to be hogs that we'll talk about here at the end. And so as we study them, I think both of them are very flexible. Their body types mirror one another pretty well. They're moderate hogs that, in my opinion, have plenty of rib and depth to them for their frame size. And I say that I feel like they're hogs that have a rib cage that matches and mirrors that of a productive type of body type. Whenever I study them, though, our class-winning hog is one that whenever I get directly behind him, I really like whenever you study him from his upper hip down to the ground. He's very consistent in that width. I rate him to be a hog that's just a little bit leaner from a composition standpoint as well. Ultimately, I like how he's a square-built hog that's really good whenever you just study the way he tracks directly away from you. That hog, too, I think takes a really good turn whenever you study him on the backside of his blade. I think that's a nice hog to go ahead and win this particular class. The gilt in second here is one who, from a distance, I like a lot of things about a gilt, whose stoutness of feature, rib, and body type allow her to balance the proportion really nicely. When I get directly behind first and second, she'll funnel to her base just a bit in comparison from above. Whenever I compare her to our class-winning Vera, she's not quite as good in just the natural shape that she has out of her blade, one that has just a shot more cover on her. I don't think it's too much. She's plenty shapely and dimensional out of her hip. I like that about our Vera, though. He shapes up with a bit more there on the backside of his blade. This gilt maybe has just a little bit more cover on her, but that allows her to have quite a bit of dimension. I just thought whenever we got behind 1 and 2 is where I made my call. The Blue Bear in 3 needs to be better in the way he sets his rear foot to the surface. He's a little bit up on his rear toes and doesn't set down with the same kind of comfort as our top pair does. He is really good in his shape. I like his rib. I think everything matches nicely, and I felt a bit more comfortable with his range of motion than I did with the Calico gilt coming out next. This one is really opened up and muscular, one that has a lot of product to her for this particular weight. And I like those things about her. She gets a bit too far outside of her skeleton, in my opinion, but I prefer the way she levels out and comes together from the side than some of her hogs that were lower in class than her. She needs to be brought more within her framework in the way she gets out and travels from behind. As we went down that particular lineup, we had quite a bit of differences in rib and muscle and structure, but I thought that top pair were two very good hogs that had minor trade-offs.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in cross class number 2. 8th place goes to Carly Hoffman, Clemens FFA. 7th place goes to Cole Shane Vogel, Marion FFA. 6th place goes to Emma Linsman, Marion FFA. 5th place goes to Bernard, St. James 4-H. 4th place goes to Grace Vogel, Vero FFA. 3rd place goes to Jacob Brawny, Vero FFA. 2nd place goes to Cade Pape, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. Congratulations to all. Our Seguin swine breeders bump check will be going to Hadley Moat. His pig was bred by Frankowiak's St. Hedwig Feed. Class 3 crosses are entering the ring now as we speak. We have 8 entries in this class, placing 6. Class 3 crossbreds. Attention in the barn, we need you to sign up for showmanship by the end of this class, if possible, please. The sign-in sheet is right up here at the announcer stand. Also, if you're going to sell in the sale on Saturday, you need to turn in your cards. You're given a card as you exit the ring with your placing ribbon, and you need to get that card filled out and turned back in. You will also need to have a picture with your animal, your pig, that is. So please make sure that gets done as well. We appreciate y'all's help on that. Thank you. Again, just a reminder, we will have a trailer for loading out pigs that you want to get rid of after today's show to go to market. There will be a floor price paid of 40 cents a pound. You need to see Michael Friesenhahn in the barn. If you don't know who Michael is, just ask someone, they'll point him out to you. Actually, he's right here watching to my left. Thank you.
Well, as we get here into our third class of our crossbreds, a nice pair of gilts to sort through and some minor differences amongst the pair. Our class winner, when I get up close and I study this pair, has the decisive advantage of being one that's really bold and really good in the turn of her upper rib. I really like that one, the spread she has from blade to hip. And when that one drives at you, she's a wide skeleton hog that maintains flexibility from the side very, very nicely. I personally like just the shape to her body cavity, her spread up high. She comes out of her blade just a bit more impressive, and that's a big hipped hog that still has the right kind of set and use built into her hock joint. You know, if I could, and I've said this several times today on our winners, some things I maybe would change. I like the extra just soundness of skull and form of our second place hog. I wish I could do that just a little bit different here on our class winner. You can follow her all the way to the surface. She gets a little frailer. There about her forearm down to the ground. We could give her just a bigger forearm and front foot, if you would, to be a little bit more demanding in that view. The gilt here in second, I moved her up in my mind several spots because the longer they drive, I'm just a bit more secure in my own mindset, and she's just a bit more secure in the way she plants her rear foot to the surface and the way her hock joints align. She's a shapely gilt that, in comparison to our class winner, gets a little bit flatter in terms of her rib shape, not quite, is just naturally bold in that outward turn of her upper skeleton in terms of her rib or through the base of her skeleton down low, or in terms, her center body, but a nice gilt there to be in two. In three, this Blue Hog's one that's awfully impressive. As an individual, I absolutely love soundness of skull, awesome topside spread and shape. This one's the winner from above. But when I get right behind this particular hog, I have to make him better in the way he gets out and uses his rear leg. He's a little bit straighter in his hock. He'll push out from behind, and if we could change that, that hog could win the class. I just have to change the way that one moves out of his rear skeleton. A nice, powerful, productive type of hog here of this top end of this particular lineup. She gets the plainest in her topside shape. She gets a little bit frailer and more closed up down at her base, but I thought a nice hog that fell into the fourth spot. A good class here in class number 3 of our crosses. Looking forward to the next two.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 3 crossbreds. In 6th place, we have Morgan Booker, Navarro FFA. 5th place, we have Emma Hartman, Navarro FFA. 4th place is Caden Gemler, Marion FFA. 3rd place is Lena Loyola, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Mark Pardo, Marion FFA. And our class winner is Reed Reiniger, Marion FFA. Reed will also be the recipient of the Seguin Swine Breeders $100 bonus check. His breeder was 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all. We are now bringing in our Class 4 crossbreds. Everybody listen up. If you want to participate in showmanship, this is the last call. We'll give you about 5 minutes. If you don't have it, your name on the chart, on the paper, you won't be able to show in that class. So again, that will be for showmanship. We will start with the seniors and work down to the younger folks, only so they can see and learn from the adult showers. It just seems to work better that way for us. Okay? Thank you.
here in Class 4 crosses. I think we maybe made it just a little bit tougher in terms of the competition level out here. But the young man's black-headed gilt, I think, honestly, the longer we drive him, she continues to solidify her place there at the forefront. This all comes at you really opened up. She leaves you the same way. I like her with the base and her with the skeleton. She, too, balances really nice from the side. She's a tall-fronted hog who's level and relaxed in her spine. Our second place hog maybe gets just a little tighter there in the middle part of his spine and maybe gets just a little bit rounder there out of his hip. And so I think our black headed gilt's one that balances extremely good. This one's opened up, really like her shape and spread that she offers. She's a square built power hog that I think gives a really nice look whenever you stamp off the side and study the way her parts and pieces are aligned. Our second place hog is presented to a T. I think this young man's done a great job, skin and hair, top side presentation in regards to the shape, and what we've done with the feed bucket and water bucket's extremely good. Just as you study this one at his base, either coming or going, he's more closed up than honestly hogs on either side of him. From the side, this young man does a great job getting his head up and allows things to come together good up front. Then we maybe don't tie everything quite as good from their back, a little rounder out of her hip. More importantly, though, we get behind this hog, not as powerful as our class winner, and I wish I could open him up at his base just a bit, but a nice pair of hogs there. This black gilt, I think, brings forth a lot of good. She's stout-featured and very muscular. She handles everything in a very square way, and I like the way she keeps her rear skeleton held together a bit better than our hog in fourth. She gets a little lower fronted, not quite as good there up ahead of her blade, but I love that one. Stoutness of feature, power, and product throughout. Just wish we could make her a little bit nicer balanced. Our bearer coming out in fourth. The front two-thirds are extremely good. Opened up, stout featured, great in his top side shape and spread. I love so many things about him. Then we get behind him, and he goes pretty wide from behind. I don't know if maybe something's going on down low. Looks like he might have something there in regards to maybe something when he got cut or whatnot. But if we could make him square from behind, that one suits me awfully well, young man. Just we go too far outside of our skeleton whenever he tracks away. But a good class, a nice way to work in at Class 4. Looking forward to our final class here in our crossbreds.
Thank you, Judge. Our placings in Class 4 crossbred pigs. In seventh place is Bryant Barnard, St. James 4-H. Six is Trigger Ramadid. I hope I said that right for you. Ramadin, Marion FFA. Ramadan. Fifth place, Tate Green, New Berlin 4-H. Fourth place, Cade Pape, Marion FFA. Third place, Maxwell Minchow, New Berlin 4-H. Second place, Chase Collin, Clemens FFA. First place, Cass Pape, Marion FFA. And Cass will also receive the Scheme Swine Breeder's bump check. Breeder on his hog is 4L Show Pigs. Congratulations to all.
Class 5.
Okay, we're bringing our Class 5 crossbreds. This will be the last class of crossbreds. We have 10 entries. We're placing 8 of them.
Well, an incredible way to finish off our crossbred show here in our heaviest class. And if you are ringside, I hope you like this pair of hogs as much as I do. I think that this pair is extremely, extremely close. And as I mentioned several times, I know the competitive nature of shows and how much work goes into it. And so this pair, as a show judge, is fun to stand back and to analyze and to try to piece together what suits me best. And as we study them out here, I think both these hogs offer a lot of good. And so I'm going to talk about them, and then we'll get us placing here in our first and second. In no particular order, the young man's wide-belted gilt here on the far side is one that I think whenever you study her from the profile, I really like the way her skeleton's aligned. She's a hog that's really good in the way she reaches off both ends of her skeleton, one that has the right reach to her. I personally feel out here in a heavyweight setting, that one's body shape and feel matches her frame size, and she looks fresh and pushed to this particular weight. And with that, when I get up and I study her from above, she's really good in her spread and shape and handles everything in a square way. And so with all those things, some differences I see amongst the pair. She's not as outlandish stout as our blue one that we haven't talked yet. And then if we could tweak her just a little bit, I'd raise her there at the top side of her blade, but that hog still balances good there from the side. The blue gilt that's out here, that's as stout of a skeleton that we've seen the entire day. That one's huge about her form, really, really stout about her hind leg as well. And I love the fact that with all that extra feature and stoutness, she handles everything very square and does it with the right kind of flexibility built into her skeleton. So that gilt's one that I like those things about. She's a tall-shouldered gilt, and I like that about her as well. And so with that, here at the heaviest class of the day, she does maybe get just a little bit flatter and a little bit drier in her rib cage compared to the belted gilt. And I think that's where you have to decide if you're going to go with their maybe pieces and her extra stoutness, or if you're going to go with the hog that looks really fresh out here in our heavyweight class. And so I think this is a really close pair of hogs that you could do some different things with. With that being said, the one that I think everything matches really nicely, one that looks really good in terms of the turn of its rib cage, the boldness that it offers, and its ability to look like it's fresh and pushed here to the heavyweight. I like the young man's gilt here on the far side to win this particular class. Like I said, I think it's extremely close because that blue gilt is one that I love a lot of things about. I think there's some minor things. The blue gilt is an extremely stout-featured gilt who's so good in the way she gets out and travels. I read her a little flatter about her center body today, a little higher back to her flank, and maybe not quite as just right on in terms of her body shape as our class winner. Come out in third, a gilt that runs out of feature down low compared to our class winner in our second place. I like to make this one a bit stouter down low to match the shape and the power she has up high. She's incredible in her shape and her expression. She gets a little bit frailer feature as you take her to the ground. Also, she doesn't balance quite as good from the side. We conclude our top four with a black gilt that's really good in terms of her freshness, a dimensional big hip type of hog. I just wish that she took what she had up high in terms of spread and shape and kept it all the way down to her base. She'll get just a little bit narrower as she tracks directly away from me and doesn't have the same skeletal width all the way through as our initial three, but a really good class. I thought that top pair was extremely close and extremely good.
Oh, it's red. I work with the Three Studios over here. Placings in Class 5 crossbred pigs, we have in 8th place, Chanton Shadrock, Marion FFA. 7th place is Jada Littlefield, Santa Clara 4-H. 6th place is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. 5th place is Brooke Bernard, St. James 4-H. 4th place is Cameron Mauricio, Clemens 4-H. 3rd place is Madison Bird, Marion FFA. 2nd place is Lucas Gilder, Navarro FFA. And your class winner is Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. The Seguin Swine Breeders bump check will go to Cameron Mauricio. That pig was bred by MT Hart Livestock. We will now judge for our champion cross and reserve champion cross. While our judge does that, we are told that there is a table next door with baked goods for sale. If you'd like to take some home and support the youth that made those, they are next door to this building, and there's a table set up or several tables set up with some of the baked goods that will not be going to sale, but they're going to sell out anyway. So if you're hungry for something sweet, go over there and help yourself. Bye-bye.
Or if you are ringside, let's put our hands together for our crossbred exhibitors. Not only these five, but as we conclude a large breed of the day, very, very competitive. You know, as we get out here and we study our class winners, all hogs that rose above their particular competition, their classes, for some different reasons. I really like this group as you study them from top to bottom. We've talked about them in a lot of detail. Some of them are not wanting to cooperate quite as much. But as we get out here, I think that there's some close calls that have to be made, and we're going to have a second that comes back into the ring here in a moment. You know, we've talked about them in detail in their particular class. You know, we get back out here and we just study just keeping the hogs right in terms of their skeleton and trying to pack as much as we possibly can. I think there's one that's tuned in very, very good from above. I love this one's just top side presentation and shape. One that from the side, you know, if we could, we probably could maybe raise it its blade just a shot. But with that, the one I like the most, young man of our last class, has our champion cross. Congratulations to him.
Champion crossbred goes to Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA. We will now judge for reserve champion.
As we get out here for reserve honors, I think that there's a lot of different things the judge could do. You know, as we talked about some of our lighter weight hogs, I think they fit that weight class extremely good. I don't know if they make a push out here as we get into our final lineup. And as we get out here, I ultimately think he gets the closest amongst our winner of Class 4 and our second in the heavyweight class. As we get back out here, there's one that I just personally admire so many things about in terms of the way they're put together on their feet and legs. I thought it was a close call in class. Young man's blue will be our reserve.
And our reserve champion goes to Lucas Gelner, Navarro FFA. He'll have your reserve champion cross. We'll take a few seconds here to get everything reorganized. We'll come back in with all of our breed champions and reserve champions. And then we'll select our grand champion and reserve champion of show. While we're waiting, I want to go ahead and point out a few people here that are critical to this show, and a lot of you know who they are, but I want to emphasize the fact that it wouldn't be for these individuals who most of them don't even have a dog in this hunt, so to speak. But that would be our show committee chairman, Randy Real, and the crew that was helping all during the day with the boards and the panels and working in the back, lining up the kids as they came across. I have a partial list. I hope I got everybody, but I'm sure I'm missing somebody. But I want to appreciate the following individuals for their job today. That'd be John Corcoran, Doug Alderson, Chuck Rial, Eric Holderman, Daryl Beakley, Corey Wells, Colton Kelso, Wallace, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'll get it right in a minute. We got Russell Rial in the back. Did a great job in the back. Took my old job. Josh Brown and Steve Kaiser, Andrew Evilsizer, Sam Woodley, and Caleb Woodley. If I've overlooked anybody as far as our ring help and show organization and setup, I apologize, and believe me, you are appreciated. So if we could give everybody a big hand right now, I think they all deserve it. And not last, but and not least for sure, and that's the lady sitting next to my right over here, Stephanie Kelso, Jackie Schultz, Debbie Johns, and the young ladies with the Fair Association and the Rodeo Association. I appreciate all y'all's help today too. We wouldn't have this show without these ladies keeping the books and keeping everything straight up here as far as that goes. And let's have a nice round of applause for all the ladies. Oh, and not to mention, I'm sorry, I almost forgot, all the ladies in the office that work back there behind the scenes, but you don't see. And Chuck, like Chuck was just pointing to our judge, Quest Newberry did a fantastic job last year. We invited him back this year again. He's a great young man with a great future ahead of him, and we appreciate his efforts today. Mr. Newberry, we thank you, and let's have applause for all these people. Thank you. Also been made aware of one more thing. We have a different format in our ring this year. We are using a pelleted shaving, if you will. It made for a major difference here. I'm sure it's going to be a whole lot easier to clean up as well. And that was donated by the Farm Bureau, and we do appreciate that. And GVC for donating the sorting boards. They're stenciled as such, and we appreciate those. They've been giving those or letting us use those for years and years, so we do appreciate that from GVC. We're ready to start our champion drive. We'll break out in the same order that the show went. So with not much further ado, our champion, Berkshire, belongs to Hunter Rust, Navarro FFA. Feel free to applaud as they come out. They had a tough day today. Our reserve will stay in the pen for the current time, and that will be Emily Clutter of the Marion FFA. Emily, do you want to wave to the folks back there? That'd be nice. Just wave at everybody. Hello. Okay. Anyway, our light OPBs. Our champion is Holly Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. And reserve is Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Dark OPB. Our champion is Luke Bell, Santa Clara 4-H. Reserve is Tyler Schneider, Marion FFA. In our Duroc class, the champion was Briston Birdwell, Marion FFA. Our reserve was Cross Kelso, Marion FFA. Our champion Hampshire was Hadley Moat, Marion FFA. Reserve champion is Madison Bird, Marion FFA. Our champion York goes to Haley Kaiser, New Berlin 4-H. Our reserve York goes to Brandon Forts, Marion FFA. And lastly, our champion cross goes to Ryan Rust, Navarro FFA, and our reserve champion, Lucas Gellner, Navarro FFA. Congratulations to you all. The grand champion will receive a belt buckle that's donated by the Hank Linsman family. Darren Linsman will be representing the Linsman family. Our reserve champion buckle will be donated by BC Show Pigs. John Corcoran will be representing the family.
All righty, we can let them take a little bit of a break. Some of them are getting a little bit worn out on us. I don't plan to be long, and I usually don't tell the hogs to pause or take a break because hopefully I've sorted up a group of hogs that have the right kind of skeletons that they can keep driving. But I think a couple of them are just getting a little bit barn sour as we work into the later afternoon. And so I'm going to be pretty brief here. I just wanted to say a couple things and echo a couple of things that we've already mentioned. Y'all are very blessed here in Guadalupe County to have incredible volunteers and a support staff. And so if you are ringside, put your hands together one more time for your hall committee and everybody here on the fair board. I say that and I mean it. There's a lot of shows I go to, and the hogs aren't coming to the ring at the right time, or maybe things are just a little bit more chaotic. Everything runs very, very smoothly, and I hope y'all know that and don't take that for granted. And so I hope if you haven't already, before you leave, make sure you thank someone here at the show for everything that they do for you. And so, we went through an incredible hog show today. We get our breed champions back out. I'm extremely pleased with the lineup. Each and every one of these breed champions, although not easy, were the ones that I do feel very, very confident about, and they suit me very nicely. And so we've talked about those in quite a bit of detail. But a couple of things before we get us a champion reserve. I hope here amongst you, your family, and your support staff, if that is your ag teacher or extension agent, sometime throughout this week, thank them for what they do. Young people, make sure tonight on your way home or as you clean up and you head back, thank somebody for what they've done for you. And hopefully some of our, I guess you could say, our support staff, y'all can sit down with your young one and y'all can talk about the memories that you had, because that's what you'll remember down the road. I think I probably said it last year. I never won my county fair, and so it's humbling as a judge to be able to give out a grand champion banner, because I know how much work has to go in to just be competitive nowadays. And I say all that to let you know I don't mean to sound too critical throughout the day, but I try to say everything that's on my mind. And so I hope no one takes for granted what we have the opportunity to do, and I personally think it's important to thank the good Lord above for having the opportunity to spend time with your family and your loved ones, and do it, for something more than just hopefully a ribbon or a buckle. And so I hope as you reflect amongst your 2023 county fair, you can hopefully relate to some of those things. At least I know I prioritized and continue to prioritize when it comes to the show ring. And so if you would, before we get us a champion reserve, put your hands together for every exhibitor that came into the ring today. Showing pigs is a dog-eat-dog world, and what I mean by that is you could think you have the best one, you go to the barn the next day, and they have a hind leg that's bummed, or they're tore a pad, or they just quit eating. And I say all these things with personal or with experiences with those type of things. And so to be out here, I hope the exhibitors that made the Grand Drive understand what they did, and hopefully they come back ready to go next year. And if you're back in the barn, keep working, and hopefully your perseverance and determination will bring you back out here as we think about the future. And so it's been a really good hog show. Let's go ahead and get the hogs going again and keep them driving as good as we possibly can. I think as we get out here for Grand Reserve, it's really, really close. And as we went through the day, I've tried to prioritize what I personally like. I like hogs that are opened up and square built. I think that's a tough combination. I like hogs that can balance, and I think if you come to the show ring on show day, you have to be maxed out. And what I mean by that, skin and hair, what you've done in terms of your topside presentation has to be right on. And with all those things, at the end of the day, as we get out here as a show judge, I have to pick the one that I personally like the most. And as I get out here, I think it's really close amongst the pair. I know we'll get a reserve breed champion back out here, but the one that suits me best is a hog that drives at me extremely good. And I think whenever we talk about balance and proportionality and the way they fit together, this one maybe doesn't overpower the group in any one area, but whenever you study its stoutness and yet still handles everything so good in terms of its joint work and presence, young man, your Hamp is our champion. Congratulations to you.
Grand champion bear for the Guadalupe County Youth Show for 2023. Hadley Moat Marion FFA. Congratulations, Hadley.
As we get out here for reserve, I think it's still a close call I know as we went through our different breeds, we had some hogs that I knew were going to come back out here and continue to impress. And so as we get back out here, I think there's one that if we could tweak it an area or two, I think that's where the champion probably beat it today. But a hog that for being where it was in its particular breed and where it's at maturity-wise, so good in terms of its build, flexible, tuned in, extremely good. Young man, your crossbred is our reserve. Congratulations to you.
Reserve champion cross belongs to Ryan Russ, Navarro, FFA. Congratulations to you also, sir. Give us a few minutes to get everything resettled down, and we're going to start up with our senior showmanship. Seniors will be first. Okay, we're going to start our senior showmanship. This will be our senior showmanship. Do we know how many entries we got? Okay. They will be coming in two different groups, so we'll have to split them up that way.
I know as we get into our senior showmanship, we're going to have a very, very deep set from top to bottom. And as we work through my initial poll here of the exhibitors that went ahead and got a pin, it was the exhibitors that I thought had the best game plan of going around the ring and presenting their animal to the judge. Also, and it might be a personal thing and showmanship, I think your animal's skin and hair needs to be really, really nice as well. And so, as we get out here, we'll talk about the ones once we get into our finals. But I thought our exhibitors that made the pool here did the best job in regards to not only driving at me, but then having a game plan and going the opposite direction and working the ring in a very good way. And so we're going to go ahead and excuse exhibitors here in the ring. If you would put your hands together for them as we move through our second heat of our senior showmanship.
Would one of the photographers, could you please come to the announcer stand, please? One of the photographers.
as we get out here in our second heat. A really good group from top to bottom. And as I go to the microphone here, there's several exhibitors that I think are very, very close calls. And I think it comes down to our consistency amongst the entire group during this heat. I feel like I personally probably have some pretty high standards for our showmen as we work through this particular group, and I don't want to make an excuse here or there as we go through that. And so, honestly, it comes down to making sure our hog wasn't too maybe stop and go. What I mean by that is sometimes if we take a turn or maybe we don't direct our hog in the right way and we run into another one and those type of things. And so, several of our exhibitors do a great job with eye contact and head control. Just comes down to our long-term consistency. So if you would, let's put our hands together for our exhibitors as they exit. A really good group from top to bottom. I hope as a county, everyone prides themselves on the way that they raise their young people. And as we get out here in senior showmanship, I don't think we've had a bad showman come to the ring. I think it comes down to some personal preferences. And as we get out here, I know some hogs have probably been in the ring 2, maybe 3 times. And so they're maybe a little bit worked up. But I personally favor showmen that do the most without having to use their whip the most. And so I guess you could say do the most with doing the least. And as we get out here, I will sound repetitive and say the same thing several times during showmanship. I like to see a young person with a game plan that works the ring, doesn't get cut off by other exhibitors and those type of things. And I think that there's several exhibitors that stood out to me of having that game plan that I keep referencing and to activate that, or I guess you could say execute whenever they come to the ring is something that I think is very important. And so I like those type of things. I think there's one exhibitor out here. It's not easy, but I do think in terms of eye contact, the way they get their hog presented out here. And then I do think that there's an awesome game plan of making sure they don't crowd me too much. They use the ring. They're very forceful in regards to making sure they hit the holes that they're after. And then at the same time, they do it without having to use their whip too much. And so I hope everyone here in senior showmanship recognizes our buckle sponsors and the ones that are going to go ahead and hand that to us. The gentleman that's going to present the buckle said he showed with that crook right there in 1941. That crook right there. And so I think that's pretty amazing. Showed at the first San Antonio Stock Show and won the first San Antonio Stock Show. Second. Gotcha. All righty, and so that's incredible history, and I honestly know I think that would be pretty cool to ask about how things started. And so they use a little bit different whips nowadays than back then. We should make the champion use that next year. Yeah, next year we'll have to use that, and we'll give them at the gate and see who can do it the best. And so that's awesome. I enjoyed our discussion before we got into our senior showmanship. And so with that being said, it's not easy. Our champion showman's the young lady right here in front of me. Congratulations to her.
Your champion swine showman for the senior division is Haley Kaiser. Congratulations. And thank you, Schneider family, Edgar Schneider family. I've known all y'all for so long. Y'all are a great icon in this community as far as the hog industry goes. Your dad started the Duroc breed way back in when, and Harry Melroy, we respect y'all, and thank you so much. We will now bring our intermediate group of showmen. They will be also in 2 waves, 18 and 19 in each group. The buckle for intermediate showmen is sponsored by BC Show Hogs. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I got that wrong. It's Seguin Swine Breeders, excuse me. Seguin Swine Breeders is sponsoring the buckle for intermediate. If I could have your attention for a second here, we are looking for a lady's turquoise earring that was lost. One of our contestants, I believe, lost it. If you look around where you're at or whatever, if you see anything, maybe in this dust, I have no idea where it could be, but it is very much wanted, needed. If you see it, please turn into the announcer stand. Thank you.
we have a large heat here in our next division, and as we get out here and we make, or I make our first decisions, I was a little bit quicker to do that. We had maybe a little bit of delay midway, and I was trying to find the exhibitors that I thought did the best job of positioning themselves in a way that, today, if I didn't initially pull you, I still had a good look at your hog. And so as we get out here, I do think that there's some very close calls of where a showmanship judge could do some different things. And I went to the microphone this time with a thought in my mind of, if we went, if they watched, they might think that showmanship or this heat might be over. And I think it's important to show the entire time that you're in the ring. And I say that I'm going to keep one more exhibitor. I thought when I went to the microphone, this person actually perked up and kept driving. I think that's important, and I think it's important to make sure that you're always doing what you practice at home and to the highest level you possibly can. Young man right here, we're going to keep you for the finals also. You can put your hog in a pin. Congratulations to you. I think it's close. I know everybody is doing a nice job. We do really good with our head control in several areas. I thought every once in a while we would get kind of lost in the mix right there. The young lady there with the second place in their first class of hams do a very good job. Then we kind of get in the mix with everybody right there, and then our hog stops on us a little bit, try to stay a little bit more in the open. And so I think a great group from top to bottom, like we've done the entire day, and especially during showmanship. Put your hands together for our exhibitors, and we'll work through the next heat. It's not easy out here. The young people are doing a great job. Good job. as we get out here in this heat in our intermediate division. I feel like our ability to be very good in our ring awareness and just feel very comfortable out here becomes something that, as a showmanship judge, I feel like I can recognize amongst several exhibitors, making sure that we have the ability to really present our hog, but also know where I am at all times and continue to show to a very high level. And so, with that being said, in this group, I feel like there's several exhibitors that do a nice job of positioning themselves in the right position next to their hog, do a nice job with eye contact, but our hogs maybe don't get out and drive for us just as good as maybe they need to in this competitive of a setting. And so our exhibitors here in the ring are going to head back to the barn, if you would. Pay him off with a nice round of applause as we work into the finals. Congratulations on a great day and your efforts here at this year's show. An awesome group here, our intermediate division. And I know one thing, I'm sure as you grow up in this county. I'm sure the dogfight to win showmanship from the time you're able to show until senior year is something that doesn't get taken lightly, and it should get taken lightly because I think that's an extremely high honor. And I think some things come down to situational things. Of this afternoon, you can do everything perfect at home. Your hall come out here and not be a good team player, and then I have to be the mean show judge or showmanship judge that has to tell you maybe didn't do this or that right. And so when we get back out here, I'm not going to nitpick our showmanship out here today. I personally have to react to which showman I think do the nicest job. I don't think anybody did a perfect job out here, and that can make it a little bit challenging for what I have to do. I don't mean to sound critical, but I had one or two in my mind at different times, and I then had to maybe readjust. And so with that, our showmanship winner, I think, does a very good job of being aggressive, yet still making sure their hog is presented and is out from the crowd. I do wish we were just a little softer with their whip, and every once in a while our hog will duck their head just a bit. But the hog's endurance allows that hog to go a fast speed, yet still never get burnt out. And I do think that we do a good job of planning when you're going to drive at me, and then whenever we maybe make a turn and go the other direction. Like I said, I will admit that our champion could maybe use our whip just a little bit softer, but I think does a very good job of being intense, aggressive, and standing out in this lineup. Young man with the bluegill will be our champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, Braden Forts, Marion FFA. He will be our intermediate swine. I'm sorry, our intermediate showmanship champion. As soon as we clean the arena out, we're going to start with our juniors. The buckle for the intermediate is donated by Seguin Swine Breeders. attention to the barn. Make sure you bring us your sales cards. They have to be filled out. Bring them to Stephanie up here at the desk. If you can, do it immediately so we can get the sales order set up. If you don't turn that card in, you will not be in a sales order. You will not sell on Saturday. So very important you get that information to us, okay? Thank you.
Well, as we conclude here on our final showmanship division, I think this is awesome. And they were coming in the rink here, our younger exhibitors, I was thinking to myself, I enjoyed playing sports growing up a whole bunch. I think that was all. I mean, I enjoyed that. We did that all the time. But at the end of the year, you line up and you have closing ceremonies, and everyone still gets a trophy. And I think livestock showing can kind of create this competitive nature to you, unlike anything else, because you should get upset maybe when you don't make the pool in class or in showmanship. And I say that because you can look out here and you can see a lot of young people that want it real bad. And I think if that doesn't get you a little bit excited or just make you just kind of pumped up, I think you should probably find a different hobby. And so whenever we get out here, and I know we're going to have to excuse some back to the barn, let's put our hands together for our young people in this division because, and I know it sounds rather cliche, and I know those things, but I just want you to put yourself in my position for a minute. I turn around and I have all these young people looking at me with a burning desire to succeed. And you don't see that everywhere. You don't see that to everyone that steps in the batter's box or maybe breaks the huddle or maybe goes to spike the volleyball. But when you sit in here as a showmanship judge, you turn around and maybe their hog's not going to walk right now perfect for you, or the young man there in the far corner that got third in the lightweight hand class, he needs to be on the other side every once in a while when he comes to me. But that young man's a hustler. And I say these things because I got to be pretty critical out here today, but I just want to let every young person know that I want you to stay with it. You've done your homework at home. I have to make some close calls, but we're going to go ahead and let these exhibitors back towards the barn, but I hope we don't let them leave empty-handed. Put your hands together for them as they exit. Well, as we finish off the day and I look down at my watch, it's been a long day, and these young people, some of them showed early in the day, some showed there in the crosses, and so I want to congratulate all of our exhibitors here in this division. And as we get back out here, I really like this group from top to bottom as you study their body positioning and where they put themselves in relation to, the spot on the hog. And so I kind of think they all do a nice job of being right there, what I call kind of in the hip pocket right in front of their hip, and have really good control. And so as we get out here, and I know hogs are wearing down on us pretty quick, I think there's an exhibit out here that does things very naturally, and I know showmanship judges here or there might say don't use your offhand, and you probably shouldn't, but also when your hog acts up, you have to make sure that you get your hog going. And so to let you know just a little bit of a variable out here, I think there's a hog that's being a little bit hard-headed. but you may not know which one it is because a young person does such a good job of being calm and sticking with it. And I do think coming out of the pin the second time, I solidified my mindset on which one I was going to land on because they did such a good job of using the entire ring, their whip placement, and where they position themselves is right on point. And so, last time to talk for the day, and just want to thank everybody for having me. I enjoyed my 2 years here during the market show. It's been extremely fun, and I hope everyone re-racks and gets ready for next year. With that said, our champion showman in this division, young lady right there with the black barrel. Congratulations to her.
And your champion junior showman is Alexis Schultze. Congratulations, Alexis. That concludes our show for today. We still have a floor trailer out back, I believe. We can load out now. Thank y'all for coming. Be careful driving home, and we'll see you back here next year.